Good morning.
Got it.
All right, good morning. We are in County Court at Law 2, San Patricio County. I'm Judge Viki Martino. This is our felony status docket. I see Mr. Stolley in the courtroom. Good morning, Mr. Stolley.
Good morning, Judge.
Who do you have? Let's see.
I have Joe Michael Emerson, Joshua Lang, Chastity Cibrian, and Michael Joseph.
Okay, let's see if we can find any of those people and get them in.
I do know, Your Honor, that I'm going to be in the district court at 9 o'clock in this building, so I'll be available if I'm needed to come back if some of my clients may be running late.
I don't see any of them. Lang, Cibrian, Emerson, and Joseph.
I've had good contact, and the others have, I believe, showed for previous hearings. Miss Cibrian, I spoke to this week. She is in Solomon Coles. She's in high school. None of these cases. The other individual that has showed up before is Michael Joseph, and he is the individual from the Austin area that is dealing with some mental health issues. The one that was bike riding.
Okay.
That I drove.
Okay.
I see.
So let's
him.
start.
I see
Did
him.
he just appear?
Yes. It's kind of dark.
There he is. Okay. We can start with him. Good morning, Mr. Joseph. This is cause number 23-CR-92980-B State versus Michael Joseph. This is actually, he doesn't have a felony.
That's correct, Your Honor.
This is a pre-trial.
And I have no motions to present to the court. My pleadings were of the nature that they are statutory requests that are authorized by the Michael Morton Act discovery, and the state has complied with my requests. I would ask to set it for, I guess, announcement and trial. So, and far enough out so that I can talk with my client and have the practical considerations of him making arrangements to be down here for that matter, and talk with the state as well.
Okay, let me get the date I have is probably not far enough out for you then. I have a June 3rd trial setting, which would be a May 30th announcement. How does that work?
Your Honor, I live by the conflict and I will work it in.
I mean, I can do something else.
Let me just see how bad that date is.
Okay.
Like I said, Your Honor, I do every day, on my calendar, I'm seeing hearings set except for the weekends, and I'll work it in. It's actually the May 30 is a lighter day. I only have a couple of pretrials in Aransas County, and I can work between the two.
Okay, thank you. Then we will set this for announcement on May 30th at 9 and jury trial on June 3rd at 9.
Your Honor, may I address my client briefly?
Yes, absolutely.
Michael, can you hear me? Michael. I would just like to make the statement that if my client could call my office so I could reestablish contact with him. It looks like his mic is on. I see the video, even though he's in a darkened room.
There's movement.
Yes.
Kim, can you hear me? Where's my staff? Kim, you're on mute.
Hear me? It's not unmuting.
Okay, now you're off. Will you send a message to Mr. Joseph through the Zoom to please contact Mr. Stolly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Joseph, if you can hear us, can you nod your head? Okay,
So
I saw the nod. Mr. Joseph, Mr. Stolly needs you to call him. Can you do that, sir? No response.
I am, as stated, I am dealing with an individual that has some bit of, I'm not sure. Says his network bandwidth is low on the
Okay.
screen.
All right. Well, we will work with you and Mr. Joseph.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. May he be excused?
Yes. Mr. Joseph, you may log off. All right, let me see. So what is the status of Joshua Lange? Is it Lange?
Lang, Your Honor.
Lange?
Your Honor, he's still dealing with a pre-file POCS PG1 1 to 4 grams. I have not received any notice of docket call for the felony, which is the arraignment and any trial settings on that matter.
Okay. So if you can get him to make an appearance this morning, that would be great. And we'll push him to the next felony status of June 21st. It'll say 8:30, and that time could change if you need to change it. But I need him to appear.
If he's having Zoom or technical issues, could he call into the court?
He could call the office, yes.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Chastity Cibrian.
Judge, I spoke with her this week, and she is going to Solomon Coles to finish up high school. She's a young lady with felony charges that are still pre-file. I have not received, as I stated with Mr. Lang, any notice of docket call or subsequent trial settings. I have good contact with her. She calls me and texts me by cell phone. I did tell her to appear, and perhaps she's having some issues logging on as she doesn't have internet service, but I will reach out to her to tell her to call the court.
She should have, I mean, if she's in school, I understand, but she should have a moment this morning.
She can call, Your Honor. She can call
Right.
the office, Your Honor, and I'll get her to do that.
Okay, same date, June 21st at 8:30 for felony status. Joel Emerson.
I'm not seeing him, Your Honor, but he has appeared at other.
He's on with the jail judge.
Oh, he's in jail.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I do have pre-file assault public servant charges. I would like to talk with Mr. Sales about this, but I don't generally want to put misdemeanors before felonies.
I
Is
would
this
say
Mr.
that
Emerson?
It's a
Is this
different
Mr.
date of offense.
Okay,
Let me talk with Mr. Sales about a plea offer, and if I could just get this set for announcement and jury trial, then I will go back to the jailhouse and relay the offer to my client.
okay. Since he's in custody, I'm gonna give you a sooner date, Mark.
That's fine.
All right.
You can give me next week for that matter, so we can see if we can move this case.
For which matter?
Are you Mr. Emerson?
I didn't hear nothing y'all said. It had
Sir,
cut off.
answer my question. Are you Mr. Emerson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is cause number 23-CR-92380, State versus Joel Emerson. This is the violation of bond or protective order. It's a Class A misdemeanor. We're gonna set this for.
Looking at my file, Your Honor, I do have plea paperwork, so I have already discussed this matter with Mr. Sales. I will go to the jail to talk to Mr. Emerson about it.
Why don't you contact my office after that and get appropriate settings?
I will, Your Honor.
Okay,
I think that concludes my business with the court. May I be excused, Your Honor?
yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Stolly.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too. Hello, Mr. Zapata.
Okay, I'm gonna log off on my phone because I was in the waiting room.
Okay. Let me find you on the docket.
Page 5.
Thank you. That's helpful. All right, we have Mario Gonzalez. There he is. I'm letting him in right now, Mr. Zapata.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is cause number 24-CR-93132-B State versus Mario Gonzalez. Well, I can't wait all morning for him to connect. There we go. Mr. Gonzalez, if you'll share your or turn on your video, please, so I can see your face. Mr. Zapata, what is your announcement on Mr. Gonzalez?
Your Honor, he has a felony pending. It's a third-degree felony possession case. We called the DA's office yesterday, and it's still pending. The case is in their office, but they have not presented it to the grand jury.
All right. Then let me look at my calendar real quick. Yeah. May 24th, Kim, is already pretty full. Let's do the June 21st. Felony
21st?
status, June 21st. It'll say 8:30. You need to change that time. You'll have that option.
Yes,
Mr.
Judge.
Let's see. Did we ever see Mr. Gonzalez? Can you show your video, please? All right, sir, your next setting is by Zoom as well. It will be June 21st. Stay in contact with Mr. Zapata, and Mr. Zapata will get you your setting notice, I believe. Is that how we're
Yes.
doing it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, thank you for your appearance this morning. You're free to log off. You're muted, sir.
I said, thank you. Have a good morning.
Thank you, sir. You as well.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Zapata, have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Mr.
Morning, Your Honor.
George, good morning. How are you,
Morning.
sir?
Better.
All right, let me find you on the docket in just a
He's on top
moment.
of page 2.
All right, you have Robert Munoz, and he does not seem to be present. He does have an active warrant. This is
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 23-CR-91537-B State versus Robert Munoz. What is your announcement, Mr. George?
Your Honor, we haven't had any contact with him since prior to the last court appearance on, I believe, January 26th. We've left voice messages on 3 separate cell phones and sent a copy of today's setting to him via email. And we have not heard any response from him.
Okay, does he have a pending felony that is
Yes, ma'am.
part
He
of
has
this?
possession controlled substance. He also has unlawfully carrying of a weapon that I have not seen the actual charging instrument. I don't believe it's been presented to the grand jury, but it was listed as a felony.
I show them as unindicted.
Okay.
Okay. All right, then, June 21st. That warrant will stay active.
And that would be June 21
Yes,
at
sir.
9 o'clock,
At 8:30.
8:30.
And is Josie with me this morning? Josie, do you want the attorneys to come by and sign for their setting notices? If you have time, will you just step up to the clerk's office and see if they have a setting notice for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. George.
May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Have a good weekend.
You too.
All right, Mr. Archibald, I saw you.
Yeah, how's it going today, Judge?
It's going well, thank you. All right, so who do you have with you there?
I have Tyler Scott or Jeffrey Tyler Scott.
All right, this is cause number 22-CR-89638, State versus Jeffrey Tyler Scott.
And Your Honor, my announcement on his case is that I thought we were going to be taking this case to trial on Monday, but we are not going to be taking it to trial, and I'm file a motion to continue his felony matter probably into August at this point. So I'm hoping that we can get another felony status hearing on this case. So
So the felony's being pushed to August.
yeah, I've been requesting discovery in the case, and they finally told me yesterday they received it, and so I should be getting it today, I assume. And then my own calendar prevents me from going much sooner than August on his case. So
Kim,
Yes, ma'am.
will you tell Eileen, I don't have any felony status in August or September.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
I tell you what, we'll do July 26th. I do have
Okay.
felony status on that day, July 26th at 8:30. And then that way we'll at least know what's going on with the felony, and I should have some more status dates.
okay, that's fine.
Okay, and if you'll have your client go by the clerk's office and sign his setting notice.
We
That way
will
he
once we
can-
make
Once-
our announcement upstairs. We'll do that, Judge.
Okay. All right. And then you have Kenneth Terrell, is he yours?
He is mine, Judge.
Okay, I'm gonna admit him. I only called one cause number, but Mr. Scott actually has two numbers.
Yes, he does, Judge.
All right, Kenneth Terrell is cause number 22-CR-90928. That's a DWI.
Yes, and Your Honor, so in this case, as of Monday, we have not received the lab reports. And so I do check on this like every couple of months just to see if they've come in, and I just haven't been provided with them. So it's kind of weird. We've received lab reports that show no alcohol, so they've sent it out for further drug testing to Austin. So, I mean, it could be sometime in the 2020s that we get this case resolved. I'm not sure yet.
Mr. Sales?
We have not received the drug result.
Okay, well then we'll check in again on June 21st.
Your Honor, can we make that July 26th date? I'm out on June 21st.
Yes, we can. July 26th at 8:30.
Okay.
That'll be fine. Mr. Terrell still hasn't connected, but I see he's trying.
Yeah, and
That's fine.
I'll let him know.
Okay. All right, and Joe Hernandez. I'm gonna let him in and Miss Colette in.
Okay.
All right, so this is cause number 23-CR-92192-B State versus Joe Daniel Hernandez, also DWI.
And yes, Your Honor, we have received blood results in this case, so I'd ask that this be set for a pre-trial, maybe in May.
May 29th at 9 o'clock.
That'll work.
I think I'm showing an unindicted felony on this case, unless I just messed up. On Joe Hernandez?
Joe Daniel Hernandez.
Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Hernandez, we're discussing your case right now. Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
I have a PRF 23-693 possession, a third degree. Looks like the same date of offense.
Okay. Well, Judge, let me try to figure that out. Maybe we should just set this for even next month's felony status, and let me see about that. I don't remember seeing that on my computer, so.
Okay,
It's in the intake of the at the DA's office.
Okay.
all right. So we're gonna set this. We're not setting it for the pretrial. We're
Yeah.
gonna set it for felony status on June. Are you gonna, you said you're not gonna be here in June.
I'm not gonna be here in June. I was thinking May's or July's, either one, Judge.
My May is so full.
That's fine.
So I'll give you the July 26th at 8:30.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez,
Yes,
your next setting date will be like today. It will be by Zoom. It's on July 26th at 8:30. Stay in contact with Mr. Archibald and he will forward you your setting notice.
okay.
Thank you for your appearance this morning, sir, and you're free to log off.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Have a good week.
Bye-bye. Y'all have a good weekend.
Thank
All
you.
right. And the next case is Kathleen Colette, 23-CR-92588-B. I see Miss Colette is in the courtroom. Miss Colette, if you will turn on your video, please, ma'am. This is an assault causes bodily injury, family violence case. Mr. Archibald, what is your announcement? on
So,
this?
Your Honor, I think we set this today because I think last time we had a status hearing, the state had said that the DA had rejected the felony, but I have not been able to verify that, so I don't know exactly what's going on with that.
Mr. Sales, you okay?
I'm there. I'm okay. I'll live probably.
So I've emailed the DA's office a couple of times trying to figure this out, and I've just not gotten any sort of response back from them about what's going on with the felony matter, so.
Okay. Do you have any additional information, Mr. Sells?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Archibald, you have not been able to confirm that the felony was rejected.
No, I have not been able to confirm that, Judge.
All right,
I mean, I might be able to stop by today and figure it out in person, but I think no promises, so.
then let's do this. We'll go on and give it that felony status of July 26th. If you do confirm, or Mr. Sells gives you confirmation that it has been rejected, then contact Kim and let's get a pretrial setting.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right,
I'm
Ms.
showing it in the
Colette,
intake status.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
showing it in intake. I'm not showing it as being
Rejected. Okay,
for
Okay.
today anyway. It's not listed that way.
All right, then that felony status date on July 26th will be appropriate. Ms. Colette, thank you for your
Yes.
appearance this
Thank you, ma'am.
morning. Mr. Archibald will get you your setting notice. Your next appearance will be just like today, where you will log in and we'll discuss your case, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good weekend. You're free to log off.
Likewise, bye.
Yes. And may I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Archibald, have a nice weekend.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like my first two pages are taken care of. Oh, Mr. Joseph had 3. Okay. Who do we have, Derek, in the courtroom?
I have one of your 9:30
Okay.
cases. Is
Then I'm
here.
gonna take care of my 8:30
Yes,
people that
ma'am.
are on, that are
Judge, my no-
online.
My notice said 8:30 that I received in the mail. But this is a felony status and Marcelino dismissed the case 3 months ago, the felony.
Oh, did he? What case is this? And we'll give you a pretrial setting.
This
It's
is Daniela Chavez.
It's on page 7, Judge, the top 2 cases.
Okay.
Daniela Chavez.
All right, let's get a pretrial setting then. These are cause numbers 23-CR-92810-B and 92811-B. State versus Daniela Chavez. It's my understanding, Mr. Cromwell, that the felony has been either rejected or no billed.
No charge, yes.
No charges. Okay, so we're going to give you a pretrial setting of May 29th at 9 a.m. That will be in the courtroom that you're in right now. And if you and your client will go upstairs to the county clerk's office, you'll get a copy of your setting notice and then you'll be free to leave.
Okay, but it's at 9 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
At 9
What day?
o'clock,
What day of the week is that, Your Honor?
May 29th. Let me see real quick. Give me just a moment. May 29th is on a Wednesday, sir.
Okay. I just didn't want it to interfere with my golf.
I understand that.
And that'll be fine, May 29th. Now,
Yes,
if
sir.
we work out an agreement with the county attorney before then, can we dispose of the case earlier?
Yes, sir. You would just need to contact my office and ask for a day to come in to do a whatever kind of plea or whatever
Sure.
your agreement
Right.
is. Absolutely.
But
I'm always,
I can do that earlier if I have something worked out.
yes, sir.
All right, well,
Not a
thank
problem.
you.
You're welcome.
My-
Y'all have
my-
a nice day.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So I think Ms. Trevino is in the waiting room.
She's on her phone and computer in case one doesn't work. So I'm gonna admit both of hers if that's okay with
Yeah,
you.
no, I kind of prefer that. That way it moves a little bit faster.
Okay,
Once we get the attorney in, if we just let their clients in, that's okay.
okay.
Okay, so she has April Kotash Bailey. And
Let's do
she has a
screws.
bunch, okay. And Jesus Cruz. And they're both here, Kim?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Trevino. Ms. Trevino, you've got something in front of your camera and you're muted. Where'd Mr. Cruz go? Oh, he's in custody. Okay, let's take care of Mr. Cruz first, since he is in custody. He has two cause numbers. 23-CR-92067-B and 23-CR-92518-B. State versus Jesus Roman Cruz. These are both driving while license suspended or invalid.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cruz, where are you in custody?
Nueces County.
In Nueces County? Okay. So I know that while he's in custody, there's no way he can attempt to take care of his driver's license issues.
I've actually sent out,
I'm gonna, hold on, Mr. Vino. Mr. Vino, I can't hear you and I can't see you. There's something in front of your camera. There you go. You're not muted, but I can't hear you. Ms. Trevino. Ms. Trevino, can you hear me? Are you in front of a computer or your phone? Does your computer have a speakers or audio?
I have to connect headphones.
All right, Ms. Trevino, I'm gonna have to move on and you're gonna have to figure out your technical issues, okay? Mr. Cruz, we will come back to your case.
For today or later on?
Today. We will come back to it this morning.
Okay.
Actually. Okay. We have Robert Garcia. It shows Ms. Trevino is also logged in. It shows she's in the waiting room, Kim, and in the courtroom.
Can you repeat that, Judge?
I saw where it showed that Ms. Trevino was also in the waiting room while she was in the courtroom. So
Yes, ma'am, I see that too.
if she was logged into two devices.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay.
There's feedback. You're
Okay,
back.
I'm locked off the laptop now.
Okay.
And I'm on the cell phone. I can hear you.
Okay, great. All right, so I'm not sure if they took Mr. Cruz back. Okay, thank you. They're gonna get Mr. Cruz. All right, Mr. Cruz, Ms. Trevino, we can hear her now. Ms. Trevino and Mr. Sales, I mean, I don't know why Mr. Cruz is in custody in Nueces County. However, I do know that there's no way he can attempt to resolve any driver's license issues while he's in custody.
That is correct, Your Honor. When I went and talked to him, he thinks it's gonna be another month, but he cannot get, the offer was that if he would get his driver's license, Mr. Sales would consider dismissing the cases. So when I talked to him, I printed down everything from the CDPS website.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
he owes over $1,000 in fines, and that was the hold. That is a hold per the website. So I took him the paperwork, and he said he would need to get out to take care of that. So, and if he has another month, I guess we can try to set it for another month.
Okay,
Ma'am, I'm actually, I reached out to all 3 municipal courts for the ones that I have tickets on. So I reached out to Odom, Portland, and Corpus to see if I can use my time here to take care of that. So I'm not too sure. I'm just waiting for them to get back to me. I reached out to them about like maybe 2 weeks ago already.
okay. All right, then, Ms. Trevino, I'm gonna set this for felony status on May 24th.
Your Honor, I'm gonna be, I had given notice that I will be out May 20th through the end of May.
Okay, I'm not in the courtroom, so I don't have that in front of me. That's not a problem. I'm gonna give you the June 21st date, but if Mr. Cruz gets out of custody before then I'm gonna, you're gonna have the burden to contact my office and get an in-person setting.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so for Mr. Cruz, felony status on June 21st, that will only be if he is still in custody. If he is released, then you're to contact my office and get an in-person setting.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Cruz, thank you for your appearance this morning.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. Ms. Kotash. There she is. Ms. Kotash, if you will share or turn on your video, please. I'm gonna list all of these cause numbers. 23-CR-92503-B, 92504-B, 92505-B, 92506-B, 92507-B, 9250-8-B, 92509-B, 92510-B, and 92511-B. State of Texas versus April Kotash Bailey. Miss Bailey, Kotash Bailey, I will remind you that even though this is by Zoom, you are required to dress appropriately for court, and what you're wearing is not appropriate for court.
I'm sorry.
Can you go put something else on that will cover you, please?
I'm at work, but
Oh,
yeah, I can
okay.
be fine. I
You
mean,
have a sweater or something?
I can go find something to throw on.
All right, Miss Trevino and Mr. Stells. What is the status of all of these cases and any felonies?
Okay, I checked on the status either yesterday or day before, Your Honor, and we still have no lab results on the pills that were found in her vehicle. So we're still
Okay.
waiting on that.
Okay. So are there no felonies? Is it just lab results on all of these?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just lab results on all of them.
All right. Gosh, it's been almost a year. Mr. Sells, do you have any indication of? I'm just trying to figure out what kind of, how far out to set the next felony status.
Well, it looks like it's been over a year and a half already, so.
Offense, I see offense date of July 23rd of last year is what my docket sheet says. I don't know if you have
Oh,
different information.
well, my mistake. I don't know what year we're in. Probably at least another 3 months, I would think, Judge.
Okay, so the latest that I have right now is that July setting. So Ms. Trevino, I am going to set all of these cases for July 26th,
Okay, Your Honor.
and it will be 8:30 with the option, of course, to change that time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Bailey, your next
Yeah.
appearance will be by Zoom as well. That will be on July 26th. Please stay in contact with Ms. Trevino.
I will. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your appearance here this morning.
Thank you.
You're free to log off.
Okay.
Thank you.
And
May
Mr.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Trevino. You have a nice weekend.
You too.
Thank you.
We have Schimmel and Bobby Garcia. Bobby Garcia does have his client here on Zoom.
He does.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh,
Yes,
there.
ma'am.
Where are they already in the courtroom? All right,
I'm here.
Mr. Garcia, will you share your or turn on your video?
You know, I had it on. I've been waiting and it was on and now I don't. Oh, here it is.
Okay,
There it is. Okay.
there.
There it is.
All right, there you are.
And I'm in
And-
I'm in the Denver airport and it got very noisy all of a sudden.
Well, you don't win any points by telling me that you're traveling, so.
I'm sorry.
All right, you have Edward Salinas. Mr. Salinas, will you turn on your video, please? This is a driving while intoxicated. Are we waiting on labs on this, or what is the status?
We are waiting
Yes.
results for drug analysis.
Then let's give this that July setting.
Okay.
July 26th. And it will be at 8:30, and Mr. Garcia, you will have the option to change that time if you need to change it to accommodate your schedule that day.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And is that Mr.
Salinas. Yes, that was him.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Salinas, you're next. Sir, you're in a courtroom, so you need to remove your cap. I know it's weird, but
I'm
you are
sorry.
in
I'm
court.
sorry, Your Honor.
That's
I
okay.
apologize.
Thank you. Your next court setting is by Zoom again. That will be on July 26th.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank
And
you.
just be sure and stay in contact with your attorney, Mr. Garcia.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're
Thanks,
free to
Jan.
log off. Y'all both have a good weekend.
Same to
You
you.
too. Thank you.
And Mr. Schimmel has been very patiently waiting, I know. And his client is,
Mr. Efrain Gomez, he's not logged on.
okay. And there is Josh Lang. I see Josh Lang has made an appearance. All right, Mr. Schimmel.
Good morning, Your Honor, and it's no problem. I've been doing a lot of other things.
Okay, thank you. All right, this is cause number 22-CR-90890 State versus Efrain Gomez. Mr. Gomez has not made an appearance this morning.
I'm not sure what's going on, Judge. We've been talking. He knew about it. He knows about it. I conversed with him a few minutes ago.
Okay.
If
Let's,
maybe could you?
if you'll make your announcement, and then we'll get a setting, and if he'll just appear, then we won't have his name called.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the status of his case?
I
Your
showed
Honor.
indicted felony.
That it's been indicted?
Yes, ma'am. Well, it went to grand jury April the 10th. So I don't know if it's had any settings yet.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure it is not, or I would have likely been informed.
I am showing, let me see. A cause number of S243159CR.
okay,
Now, that they're listing Mark Stolley on the felony, of course, Jordy on the misdemeanor. So I don't know if they sent Mark any notice.
I see. I will take care of that.
Thank you, sir.
okay, so, let me see, let me look up this case real quick.
Judge, I don't see anything.
No dates yet?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Thank you, Josie. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
then-
Sorry, it wouldn't unmute.
No, you're okay. He doesn't have dates yet, so let's go on and do the felony status in June and see what kind of dates he has on the felony. So felony status, June 21st at 8:30, and Mr. Schimmel, of course, you can change that time if you need.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And just have your client log in so that his name's not called.
Yes, ma'am. I'll take care of that. June,
Okay.
it was June 21, Your Honor.
June 21, we'll send out a setting notice.
Thank you very much. May
Kim
I be
will,
excused?
yes, Kim will email you a setting notice. You may be excused. Have a nice weekend.
You too, Your Honor. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, does that take care of my 9:30? No. Oh, yes, it does. And Mr. Salinas had 2 cases. I didn't see the second one. All right. Mr. Lang
Judge.
is here. I'm gonna let him in. Yes.
We have Chastity Cibrian on page 2 for Stolly. She called that her Zoom's not allowing her to connect.
Okay, Mr. Sales, are you okay with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Then we'll just tell her date and tell her to stay in contact with Mr. Stolley, please.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lane, good morning. If you will turn on your video and unmute.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. This is cause number 23-CR-91806-B, State versus Joshua Lane. Mr. Lane, Mr. Stolley previously appeared this morning on your behalf. He and Mr. Sells informed the court that your felony is still in pre-file status. So we have set this case for an additional Zoom on June 21st.
Okay.
You will get a setting notice. If that time is at 8:30, then I'm gonna ask that you be present at 8:30.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Stay in contact with Mr. Stolley.
Will do. I will see you on the 21st.
All right, have a good weekend.
You as well.
Thank you. All right, so Chastity Cibrian made an appearance by phone. Okay. That takes care of the 8:30 docket. Mr. Sales,
Yes, Your Honor.
I see like Mr. Cavada is in the waiting room. It's a little bit early. Do you mind if we move on into 9:30?
I'm ready to go, Your Honor.
All right, let's do it. Then I'm gonna let Mr. Cavada in and Ryan Edison is his client, so he's here as well. All right, the court is calling cause numbers 23-CR-92756-B and 23-CR-92932-B, State versus Ryan Anthony Edison.
Yeah, he's on, I see his name on the screen.
Yes, Mr. Edison, if you will turn on your video, please. While he's doing that, Mr. Cavada, you want to update the court on the status of Mr. Edison's case?
Yeah, there you, Judge, status is, I checked with the DA upstairs. They told me that they need another 30 days or so to move their case along.
Okay. Has it been indicted or?
Not yet.
Okay. Then we are going to give Mr. Edison an additional felony status of June 21st.
Yeah, but 30 days might work, Judge.
Well, my May is full.
Okay.
So here, if you want an in-person date after whatever happens with the felony, if you want an in-person date before June 21st, just call my office and they'll give you an in-person date.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, but if the unindicted case is still pending, whether it's been indicted or whatever, and you still want that felony status date, then we have it set for June 21st.
Yes, ma'am.
And the setting notice will say 8:30, but you will have the option to change the time.
I got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Edison, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next court setting is on June 21st. That will also be by Zoom. If anything changes, Mr. Cavada's office will notify you. Please stay in contact with Mr. Cavada. You are free to log off. Hope you both have a good weekend. Yes.
There's 2 more cases for Mr. Edison on page 7.
Oh. Okay, well, those will get the same dates on those. 23-CR-92872-B and 92873-B. Those will also be set, thank you, for felony status on June 21st. Okay. And I see Mr. Gomez from the 8:30 docket, so I'm going to let him in. All right, this is cause number 22-CR-90890, State versus Efrain Gomez. Good morning, Mr. Gomez.
Doing very well today. How are you? I'm sorry about being late. I'm very sorry. Please apologize. My absence just an hour before. It completely slipped my mind. I've been really busy here at work. I had to diagnose this blower issue and this vent issue. I'm very sorry.
Okay, well, you're here. You're here now. Mr. Schimmel has already made an appearance on your behalf. Your name will not be called. Your next court date for this case is June 21st, and that will be by Zoom. Mr. Schimmel will send you the setting notice for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay. And you're good. You made your appearance, so you're free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
You as well, ma'am. Take care. And thank you for your time today.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. I see Mr. John Gilmore, and we have
Judge, I also have Mark DiCarlo and his
Okay.
client here in the court.
All right, we'll take care of that case. That's on page 8 of the docket. Oh, Mr. Cavada has another case. Mario Suarez, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Cavada, is he still on?
I'm trying to get him
There he
on,
is.
Judge. It's Mr. Suarez.
Oh, yeah, there he is. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Cavada. I didn't see that case. My apologies.
That's okay.
22-CR-90629, State versus Mario Suarez.
Okay.
All right, Mr.
There we-
Cavada,
Yes.
Mr. Sales, what information do y'all have?
Yeah, this is just like the other one, Judge. They told me about 30 days. This case is about a year old, I believe. And they said it met with the 30 days. So I'd ask for the same setting as the other one. And I'll try to get them moving.
Okay, felony status on June 21st.
Okay.
right.
Just pardon me real quick. And so I just wanted to know, what does that mean? So it's about a year old. Am I going to get indicted?
You need to call me. You need to call me, not the court. Okay.
Yes,
Call me
sir.
right now when we hang up.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah, Mr. Suarez, those are good questions, but that's a conversation for you to have in private with Mr. Cavada.
Yes, Ms. Judge Martino, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next setting for this case will be on June 21st at 8:30. Mr. Cavada may change that time, and it will be by Zoom as well.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
You
Thank
too,
you, Judge.
everybody.
All right, Mr. Cavada, does that conclude all your cases?
He booked it.
I hope so, because I think he's gone. All right. Mr. DiCarlo, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
This is 22-CR-89984 State versus Jason Lopez on page 8 of the docket. Are we waiting on labs on this case?
Are you, if you're asking me, Your Honor, that's what I seem like, that's what I assume. I haven't been given an update by the county attorney's office, but that's what I assumed the last, I believe that I'd heard, we were waiting on labs.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what page are we, or?
Page 8, Mr. Sells, Jason Lopez, he's the third case on page 8.
I see a pending felony evading arrest on the same date. Why it's taken 2 years to file a felony evading arrest is beyond me, but it's showing sitting in intake.
Okay, Mr. DiCarlo, do you know anything about the pending felony?
And I am sorry, Your Honor, that now I recall, that's correct. I could only tell the court the last time that I checked on it, it was still pending. I didn't check on it today.
Okay. All right. Well, then we will set this then for May 24th, felony status on May 24th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your setting notice will say 8:30 and you'll have the option to change the time if you need to accommodate your schedule.
Thank you. And I think through a mistake that myself and the defendant missed court. So there may be a warrant out for his arrest. My secretary told me there was a warrant out, and that if we came today, we're both here, that it would be lifted. Is that correct, Your Honor?
My docket sheet does not show a warrant, but let me look in the system just to make sure. Give me a
All right.
moment.
Thank you.
I don't see a warrant.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And the only other thing, are your hearings usually by Zoom, is that correct?
The felony status hearings are by Zoom.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Go upstairs to the county attorney's office. The Senate
Judge, what was the date on that? I'm sorry, I missed
That's
that.
okay. May 24th at 8:30.
And that is still felony.
Felony status.
Okay,
Yes,
I will
ma'am.
have that setting ready for them.
Okay, Mr. DiCarlo, if you and your client will go to the county clerk's office on the first floor and sign for your setting notice, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll do that.
All right. Is Mr. Gilmore in the courtroom? Yes. Good morning, Mr. Gilmore.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Is this Justin?
You scared of?
Yes.
Yes. He's
All right.
back.
The cause numbers 23-CR-91711-B, 91712-B, State versus Justin Hisquier. What is your announcement on these cases, Mr. Gilmore?
We have no pretrial motions, Judge. There is a felony case that has not been indicted, but we have an agreement worked out on that case for penitentiary time. We're going to plead to an information once Mr. Smith prepares the information.
Okay. So, do you want to, after you have a date on that, do you want to speak with Mr. Sells and y'all decide what you're going to do with these and then contact the court and get a setting?
Yes, that's what I'd prefer to do.
Okay.
I have an update on that from Mr. Gilmore. From what I see, it shows indictment April 10th of 2024. It was assigned a cause number of S243172CR. Now,
well,
I don't know if they did information on that or not, but that's what I'm showing, Mr. Gilmore.
It was supposed to be an information.
And maybe it was, but that's the cause number. And
okay.
Someone typed it in as indictment, but maybe it was an information.
Yeah. We didn't get notice. He had, you know, I've seen him since then and he hadn't told me anything about it. So, but I'm sure that if he's filed the information, we'll get a court date before too long.
Okay, then I'll let you and Mr. Sells then work out whatever y'all do on these two cases. And if you need a court date, then just contact my office and get a court date.
Okay, Judge, that sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend. Y'all are free to log off.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Cassidy. This is Stephen Shaler.
Yes, it is, Your Honor. I'm actually upstairs in the district courtroom, just outside the hallway. I can check on the felony status of this case and report to you directly as soon as I finish my docket call here. If that's okay.
Okay, that's
We're showing pending lab results on the misdemeanor, DWI.
okay. We're pending lab results on the misdemeanor. So, Mr. Cassidy, we're just going to give you an additional felony status of June 21st.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. We'll send it, or since you're here, when you're finished, if you'll go down to county clerk's office and get your setting notice.
I will do that. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
It's really crowded up here.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thanks so much. And for the record, that's cause number 23-CR-91269-B, State versus Stephen Shaler. It has been set for felony status on June 21st at 8:30. I see Miss Perkins. Is Mr. Kerrigan? There he is. He's okay. He's already in the courtroom.
Good morning, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Shaler.
Steve, did you call my name, Your Honor?
I did, Mr. Kerrigan. Good morning.
Good morning. I am by Zoom, if that's okay, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. That's what most people are doing this morning. This is cause number 23-CR-91560-B, State versus Cassandra Perkins. Miss Perkins, if you will turn on your video, please, ma'am. Mr. Kerrigan, what is your announcement on Miss Perkins' case?
Your Honor, Ms. Perkins, there's a companion possible felony charge, and we are waiting on the state to decide what they want to do with that. It's kind of a companion charge, if you will, out of the same incident. So with that, Your Honor, we would request a resetting.
Okay. Mr. Sells, is that the same information you have?
Yes, Your Honor, it's an unindicted felony.
All right, then, Mr. Kerrigan, we're going to set this for an additional felony status that will be by Zoom on June 21st. Your setting notice will say 8:30, and you'll have the option to change that time.
Sounds good, Your Honor. May I make one last statement on the record?
Yes, sir.
You are much too young looking to be a grandmother, but congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We are very excited about the arrival of this little boy. So
Is it number one?
he's my first.
Well, having 9, you will have a great time with him.
I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great weekend.
You as well. Miss Perkins,
Bye.
you're next.
Bye, James.
Chester, Steve.
Miss Perkins, your next appearance will be by Zoom as well. That will be on June 21st. Please stay in contact with Mr. Kerrigan. Thank you, ma'am. You are free to log off. Have a nice weekend. David Estrada and Lydia Estrada. For the record, James, Mr. Sells, sorry, on page 8 of the docket, 23-CR-92891-B, State versus Brandon Davis. Douglas Daniel is not available this morning. He did request a reset. So we set that for felony status on May 24th.
Yes, we're unindicted felony.
Okay.
We do have
So
11.
May 24th at 8:30
Yes, ma'am.
on that case. And then Daniel Amaya. Okay, so then on page 9 of the docket, 23-CR-92531-B, State versus Daniel Amaya. Kim, it looks like you set that for in-person on April 23rd on an arraignment date. Because
Yes, ma'am.
he has not hired an attorney, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so that case has been set for in-person on April 23rd. And that setting notice has gone out to Mr. Amaya.
I did confirm his address and I did speak over the phone with them as well.
Okay. And then these 2 people that are in the waiting room, the Estradas, when are they?
That one looks like a witness. I did search her and check.
Okay,
I
what
don't
about
believe-
what about David Estrada? What time is his?
He is with Mr. Giovannini. That is gonna be at 11:30.
Okay, so he's way early. Okay. Well, then we've got a breather then until 10:30.
Yay.
Okay, court is in recess until 10:30. I'll see you all then.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, it is 10:30. So we're gonna get started with the 10:30 docket. County Court at Law 2 is back in session. And let's see. Derek, have you got someone in the courtroom?
Mr. DeFreitas is here in the courtroom, and then one of Mr. Flynn's clients
I will
that's also
only,
in the courtroom.
okay, I will only see Mr. DeFreitas if he's wearing his wife's jacket.
I told them in here, it's gonna be a real fat man in a little coat situation if you make me put it on, but I'll do what the court orders.
Come on up, Doug. All right, you have Elliot Bracy.
Yes, Your Honor, just send him the link. I believe he should be
Yeah,
on there.
he just entered the waiting room, so I'm letting him in. And I don't see Dallas Carlson.
No, Your Honor, I called his mother. They have a long history of sort of issues there, as I think the court knows a little bit. I've texted him. I haven't gotten a response. His mother says she's not in contact with him, and doesn't want to be in contact with him. So.
Okay, that's all right. All right, then is that, let's see, Veronica Olvera. I don't see her. Cosme. I don't see Eric Seidel.
Seidel should be on. I sent him the link yesterday. I know he said he was going to be at work, but I have spoken to him.
So the only one right now is Elliot Bracy. And I just saw that name. Not sure where he went. Oh, he's back in the waiting room. I'm sending him back into the courtroom. He has a dinosaur. Yeah. Mr. Bracy, can you share your video, please? This is cause number 23-CR-93070-B, State versus Elliot Taylor Bracy. Mr. DeFreitas, what's your announcement on Mr. Bracy's pending case?
Your Honor, I haven't heard that it's been indicted. To my knowledge, I don't know that it's where it is in the process, but I know it hasn't been indicted. I haven't received any settings on it.
I just noticed you put the jacket on. I was just joking.
It's a little decorum's okay.
I was only joking. Okay, so still unindicted on the felony.
That's correct.
All right. Then how does June 21st work for you, Mr. DeFreitas?
That works, Judge.
All right, June 21st, it'll say 8:30. You'll have the option to change the time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know if Mr. Bracy. There he is. Mr. Bracy, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next court date is June 21st. It will also be by Zoom. Please stay in contact with Mr. DeFreitas.
Understood.
What's that?
Mr. Bracy, can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear you.
Okay. Your next court setting is June 21st. It will also be by Zoom. Please stay in contact with Mr. DeFreitas.
Understood.
All right. You are free to log off. Have a nice weekend, Mr. Bracy. Okay, Doug, I'm going to get your announcements on the other people, and then if you can encourage them to sign on so
Sure.
that their names don't get called. But I understand on Mr. Carlson that there are some issues there.
Right.
So,
Miss Olbetta, Your Honor, there is a setting for status of indigency in the district court on May 7th.
May 7th. So she's been indicted then or no?
I show she said.
Yes, yes, she has.
2024.
Yes, she has been indicted.
Okay. And you saw
Trial-
dates? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Trial date is June 10th as of right now.
All right, let me look at my calendar.
And I'll work on getting her here after I log off with you, Your Honor.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Let's how about July 12th at 9? That's on a Friday.
That works, Sean.
Okay. So we're going to set her case for pretrial on July 12th at 9 o'clock. And Doug, if her felony trial gets pushed past that date, just let us know and we'll change that setting.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Okay, so that takes care of Miss Olbetta's cases. That, for the record, 22-CR-90056 and 22-CR-90754. All right, you have Cosme Lacerio.
Judge, the defendant does have an active warrant.
Which one?
Mr. Cosme Lacerio.
Oh, okay, he has a warrant. Okay. What's the status of his cases?
I haven't seen any indictment, Your Honor. Let me double check to make sure.
They're still unindicted.
Yeah.
Okay, year and a half. All right, well, you want that same June 21st felony status date then?
Yes,
for
Your
this
Honor.
one? All right, June 21st for felony status. And then 22-CR-90900 State versus Eric Sidell.
I know he's at work, Your Honor. I spoke with him yesterday, so I would ask for a little time to give him a call because I know we talked about it. I sent him the link yesterday, so.
Just let's get this, let's find out what's going on, and then if he'll just log on, we won't have his name.
Okay. I don't see that. Yeah, I don't see that it's been indicted.
Okay. June 21st. For felony status. Does that take care of all of yours, Mr. DeFreitas?
I think I have Valinda Garza as well.
Oh, I missed that one. Okay.
Let me try to give her a call as well, Your Honor. She's been really good at being at every court. This has been, basically a 2-year-old case. So let me give her a call, and because she has actually shown up.
Okay, same thing. If she'll just log on, it won't be a problem. Is her felony still unindicted?
It is, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, June 21st. And same thing for Mr. Carlson, June 20th. For the record, Mr. Carlson's cause numbers 23-CR-91661-B and 91660-B. And Miss Belinda Garza is 22-CR-89802. Those are all set for felony status on June 21st.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I be excused to make those calls?
Yeah, go by the office so Eileen can see you in your jacket.
Okay, thanks, Judge. Congratulations on the grandbaby.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hello, Mr. Flynn.
Hello, Judge.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing well.
Good. Who do you have? Let's see.
Miss Jesus Sanchez.
He's in
He's
the court.
in the courtroom.
Come on up, come on up.
This is cause number 22-CR-90500, State versus Jesus Sanchez Jr. Good morning, Mr. Sanchez.
Morning.
All right, Mr. Flynn, what's your announcement?
Judge, I'm waiting to find out what's the status of the felony drug case. I'm guess they're still waiting on a lab report upstairs. So that's kind of where we stand.
Mr. Sales?
Unindicted, Your Honor.
All right, then, it's unindicted. Let's give this that, let's push it to July 26th.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
And if Mr. Flynn, since y'all are in the courtroom, if you and your client will go upstairs to the clerk's office and get your setting notice.
Okay, they will print it out for us. They know about it right now.
They're listening.
Okay, good deal.
They're listening. All right, felony
They're always
status.
listening, Judge.
I know, July 26th. It'll say 8:30. You may change the time later.
Okay. Thank
All
you,
right.
Judge. May I be excused?
Thank you. Y'all have a good
We have
weekend.
one more, Paula Covio.
Judge, Mr. Covia, I don't think showed up the last time, and I think there is a warrant for him. I think on a felony case too.
Okay.
Just wait first.
Well, we'll give
Yes,
Mr.
he has a warrant. I'm sorry about that, Judge.
See, there's Josie. She's listening. Thank you, Josie. All right, then we'll give Mr. Acovio the same date of July 26th.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Thank you, Josie. All right, we have.
Judge, it looks like Belinda Garza just connected for DeFreitas.
All right. Let's see what attorneys we have in the virtual courtroom. Miss Garza? Can you hear me, Miss Garza? Oh, she's connecting to audio now. Okay, so we'll wait on her. Jose Garcia?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning,
Here
Mr.
from Mario
Garcia.
Moreno. I'm sorry.
Mario Moreno? Okay.
Yes,
let
Your
me let me bring him into the courtroom. He has two cause numbers I see on page 12 of the docket, 23-CR-92533-B and 92532-B, State versus Mario Moreno. Mr. Garcia, what is your announcement on these cases?
On this case, Judge, we were still waiting last time on the blood results on a DWI and then an offer from the state.
All right.
Yes, we're still waiting on the blood results. There was an intoxicalized result, but there's too great a disparity in the two results that was sent off for blood. So we're waiting for
All right,
that.
then let's give this that July setting, an additional status setting of July 26th. It'll say felony status, but of course, we'll know that you're waiting on lab results. And that will be at 8:30, Mr. Garcia, but you will have the option to change the time.
Yes, Your Honor.
And
Thank you, Judge. My big excuse.
hold on, let me,
Okay.
I don't know what happened to Mr. Moreno, but I did see him earlier. He was.
I think he's trying to connect, Judge.
Okay, if you will just, he's connecting.
Okay.
There he is. Mr. Moreno, good morning. Mr. Garcia and the state just announced to the court that the lab results are still pending. So you are set for an additional Zoom hearing on July 26th. Please stay in contact with Mr. Garcia. Thank you, sir. You are free to log off. Mr. Garcia, you're excused. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good weekend. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Sales.
you. All right, we have Ms. Petrozic.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am.
Did I butcher your name? I apologize.
I always say I should have married a Smith, Your Honor. Would
There
make
you
things a
go.
little easier.
It would make things easier. All right, let me find your case. Hold on just a second.
For Ms. Irati Cepeda.
Okay,
Page 11, the bottom of page 11.
thank you. That's very helpful. Okay, cause number 22-CR-90328, State versus Irati Cepeda Betanzos. And there's Miss Cepeda. All right. What is your announcement?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a similar announcement to the one that was previously stated by the other attorney. We have a felony pending drug case in this matter.
Okay. Still waiting on pending felony drug case. All right. Y'all getting close to. All right, well, then we will give you the July date. No sense in setting it in June. We'll set it for felony status July 28th. It will say 8:30. You'll have the option to change that time to fit your schedule.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Your Honor. That was.
Judge, is it the 26th or the 28th?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, it is the 26th. I made a mistake.
It's okay.
The 26th. I apologize.
Thank you, Your Honor. That was my only case on your docket this morning. May I be excused with my client?
Yes, ma'am. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor. You too.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Garza, will you unmute, please?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me find your case on my docket real quick. Mr. DeFreitas already appeared on your behalf, and he updated the court on your case. We have set you for an additional felony status on June 21st. Right now, your setting notice will say 8:30. Mr. DeFreitas may change that time, okay? Whatever time he tells you, you need to be present at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right, then you're excused. Thank you for your appearance this morning.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
Okay. And Mr. Goff is present. Hello, Mr. Goff.
Hello.
Let me find your case on the docket. Cases. I do not see Mr. Pettis in the waiting.
He's still
room.
loading, Judge.
Oh, okay, he's loading. All right.
I was about to say, I know he's aware of it and he's definitely on top of it. And
Okay.
as an announcement,
If
this
you'll
week,
give me a moment to call the case and put the cause number on the record.
very good.
23-CR-92957-B and 92958-B, State versus Christian James Pettis. All right, Mr. Goff.
This also has a felony which is pending and not indicted as of this week, according to the DA's office. They may give me any reasons behind it, but I know they have a long list of things. So I've been hearing the dates you've been giving, and I don't have any conflicts with any of them at this point.
All right, felony status July 26th. Setting notice will say 8:30. You'll have the option to change that time.
Very good.
All right, thank you for your appearance this morning.
May my client and I be excused?
Yes,
Thank you. Have a good day.
thank you. Mr. Thomas, did I see him? Yes. Mr. Thomas has Sebastian Martinez.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I have a lot of problems communicating with my client, although I think he's intact. He's in touch with Andrew Palacios, who is on your 11:30 docket with some of his cases also. I can tell the court that the felony cases are just still pending. We've been doing this for a while now, so I don't know, but I need to get with Andy and have him give me whatever contact information he has, because what I have isn't working.
Okay. All right, then, we'll see if he shows up with Mr. Palacios at 11:30. And, we'll give him the July 26th date for another felony status.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good weekend.
You too. See you later.
All right, bye. For the record, this is 22-CR-90054. 90109, 90110, 90111, 90112, 90119, 90120, and 90121. Those are all set for felony status on July 26th at 8:30. And we will wait to see if Mr. Martinez appears with Mr. Palacios at 11:30. If he doesn't, then his name will be called. Okay. Is there anything else on the 10:30 docket? Don't see anything. Mr. Sells. Mr. Sells,
Yes, sir.
oh, Marvin Ferris, is he present? Is Mr. Ferris present?
No, Judge. There was contact made with his office as well through email. I did try calling a couple of times yesterday and I got no response. I had to leave a message with their operators.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's, Mr. Sells, do you have an objection if we send out a setting notice on these two cases for May 24th?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll reset these to May 24th at 8:30. Mr. Sells, do you have a plea you want the court to hear this morning?
There is one we can take care of. Defendant is Mr. Samuel Dowd. That was a felony case that they are recommending a misdemeanor disposition.
Okay, and he's present in the courthouse? Or-
He is in the courtroom there. I have him just outside of the courtroom, actually,
Okay.
right?
We have
Well,
already done the paperwork, Your Honor, and it should have already been sworn in to county
We've
clerk.
got time then. Let's do it. I'll see you there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Zoom is in recess until 11:30, but I guess court technically is not in recess.
What's the case number on that?
Josie, I don't know.
'Cause I need to get the file.
Yes, you
There you
do.
go.
Let me go to the courtroom, Josie, and I'll call you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Unmute myself. See who else is here? Jim Sales.
I'm going to answer. I'll say that name, but my chef. Okay. She's already been here and made her announcement. So if you will go upstairs to the county clerk's office and sign your reset, what should be done? Okay. Okay. So reset? Yeah, yeah, been reset. Okay, so you want I just walked there? Yeah, just. Thank you. That's all right. Thank you.
Why the look, James?
My Odyssey is doing the spinnies.
Yeah, it's been doing that. That's what Josie was saying earlier.
Odyssey is down.
Boo.
I know. So it just makes it difficult to see the status of these cases.
That it does.
All right, let's see. Let me find my 11:30. All right, Miss Chastain, you are first on my 11:30 docket. That's Ryan Gonzalez. Let me see if he is in the waiting room. I've got quite a list here. I do not see
No,
him
ma'am.
in the waiting room. So what we'll do, Miss Chastain, is we'll get your announcement on his case, and then if you can try to get in touch with him, and if he'll log in or call the court, we won't have his name called.
Judge, I'm sorry, I was muted when I was trying to say to you that he is here with me.
Oh, perfect.
Here, I'll show you. Put the
All right,
camera on him.
this is cause number 23-CR-92798-B, State versus Ryan Paul Gonzalez, and he is sitting there with Miss Chastain. All right, what is your announcement, Miss Chastain?
Judge, we are waiting on a felony charge to be indicted, and so we're asking the court to work with us just a little bit longer.
Yes,
I think
ma'am.
it will affect the decision that the court might make in this case.
Okay, then we'll set you for an additional felony status on July 26th. The setting notice will say 8:30, but you will have the option to change that time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Judge. We appreciate the opportunity to have a setting time that we can work with. That's very considerate of all of us. I appreciate it.
Well, you're welcome.
Take care.
Thank you. Y'all have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Is Miss Eastwood not here yet? But let's see, I see Mr. Lerma. Mr. Lerma?
Yes,
We
Your Honor.
have Naomi Garza. Let me see if she is.
She may be in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Yeah, she was in the waiting room. We're pulling her in right now. This is cause number 23-CR-92425-B, State versus Naomi Garza.
Yes, Your Honor. Her felony has been indicted. Her pretrial date is May 7th and announcement date is June 4th. So if we could have that same July date, we might be able to resolve the case before then.
I think that would be appropriate. So I'll give you the felony status of July 26th at 8:30. If you want an in-person, if you find that you've resolved it and you want an in-person setting, just contact Kim and y'all can work out a date.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's July 26th.
July 26th, your notice will say 8:30 and you'll have the option to change that time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Lerman. Is that all you have?
That is, Your Honor.
All right. Well, have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor. You too.
Thank you. Ms. Garza, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next status hearing is July 26th. Just be sure and stay in contact with Mr. Lerma. You're free to log off.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Palacios, there you are.
Hi, Judge.
Okay. Good morning. How are you?
Good, Judge. How are you?
All right. I'm bringing in Cecil Hernandez. He has a couple of cases. Cause number 23-CR-92424-B and 92864-B, State versus Cecil Hernandez.
Judge, I tried calling to confirm whether, or find out whether he had been indicted yet. He has not received anything, so I don't believe he's been indicted. So we're on his felony, so we're asking that we get a reset on this case.
Okay. All right.
And I had
Mr. Sales, you don't have any different information, do you?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right, then. We are going to give you,
I'm sorry, Judge, I have one request when you're done. I didn't mean to interrupt.
no, that's okay. I didn't know if it involved the date or not, but no, okay. Then felony status on July 28th. It will say 8:30, and of course, you'll have the option to change that time.
Okay.
Mr. Hernandez, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next Zoom appearance is on July 28th. Mr. Palacios will be. 26. I'm sorry. I've done that twice now. I don't know why I'm stuck on the 28th. July 26th at 8:30.
Yes, ma'am.
Get a setting notice with the proper date on it. Mr. Palacios, if Mr. Palacios changes the time, he'll inform you of that. Please stay in contact with him.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your appearance this morning. Mr. Palacios.
We have
Yes.
one request, Judge. He's got the interlock machine on his vehicle and he's no longer driving. He doesn't have a vehicle anymore. So he spoke to Miss Atkins and suggested we talk to you about getting it switched to a portable.
Sure.
Which he doesn't have a problem with that. Is that okay? Do we need to?
I'm okay with that if he's, yes, I'm okay with the portable. Mr. Hernandez, you just have to understand that you are not allowed to operate a vehicle unless it has an ignition interlock device.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, Mr. Palacios, I will leave it up to you to contact Ms. Atkins to get me the order to sign.
Okay. Cecil, just remind me a little bit later this afternoon. I'll shoot her an email.
Okay. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you both. Mr. Hernandez, you are free to log off. I still got business with Mr. Palacios.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we're gonna order amending on him. Kim, if you see anyone in the waiting room that is Mr. All right, let's see, Ryan Castro. I see Ryan Castro. He's at the bottom of page 16. This is 23-CR-91438-B State versus Ryan Castro.
Yes, 2 cases.
Okay. On the top of page 17, 23-CR-91439-B. Thank you, Josie. Mr. Palacios.
Judge, with Mr. Castro, same announcement. I wasn't able to call today, or at least they couldn't look in to see whether his felony's been pending. I mean, indicted. I don't believe he has been judged. I don't believe he's received anything as far as an arraignment date for that. These are tied to the felony, so we ask that you set these to a later date, Judge.
Okay, felony status July 26th at 8:30 with the option to change the time. Mr. Castro, can you turn on your video, please?
Ryan, can you hear us?
Maybe he's having some connection problems. Mr. Castro, I don't know if you can hear me or not. Your next court setting is by Zoom as well. July 26th at 8:30. Mr. Palacios may change that time. Just be sure and stay in contact with him. If you can hear me, you are excused. You may log off. All right, who else? Sebastian Martinez. Mr. Martinez has 2 cases with you, Mr. Palacios, and then he's got all those cases with Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas did appear earlier this morning, and let me see what date I gave. I did get the July 26th date.
Okay.
So cause number 22-CR-90985 and 90986, State versus Sebastian Martinez. These will be set for felony status on July 26th at 8:30. Mr. Palacios, Mr. Thomas did indicate to the court that he's been unable to contact Mr. Martinez. Obviously, you have contact with him, but Mr.
Yes.
Thomas has not been able to reach him. So if you can help facilitate that in some way, that would be helpful.
Okay, I'll shoot him the number that I have, Judge, via text.
Thank you. I just saw him, Mr. Martinez. I don't know where he went. Mr. Martinez?
Yes, ma'am.
You have several cases with Mr. Thomas as well as these two with Mr. Palacios. They have all been set for July 26th. The time right now is 8:30, but the attorneys may change that time. Mr. Thomas has been trying to reach you. Mr. Palacios, I think, is going to provide Mr. Thomas with your phone number. If you have Mr. Thomas's contact information, I would encourage you to call his office, okay?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you for your appearance this morning. You are excused, you may log off. Just stay in contact with your attorneys. Have a nice weekend.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
All
you.
right. Yes, sir. Let's see, Mr.
Leah
Palacios.
Aparicio.
Aparicio. What page is? Right here, page 16. Cause 22-CR-90806, State versus Amelia Aparicio.
Yes.
Good morning, Miss Aparicio.
Okay, that's fine. Sorry,
Miss
I'm at the
Aparicio,
hospital
yeah,
with my daughter.
if you'll stand still. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Palacios.
Judge, again, she's got a felony as well, arising out of the same incidents. I think it's two, and I don't believe she's been indicted yet. Miss, if I can ask her, Judge, Miss Aparicio, have you received any court dates for your felony cases?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, they're not sending the attorneys the arraignment date, Judge. So I have to ask my clients. I tried to call the DA's office as with my other cases, and they couldn't get into the system to double check. But I don't believe she's been indicted, so we would ask that this get reset to a later date.
Okay, felony status, July 26th. Ms. Aparicio, the setting notice will say 8:30, but Mr. Palacios may change the time. It's the same process. You'll appear by Zoom.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your appearance this morning. You're excused from court and free to log off. Have a good weekend. You're welcome.
Judge Odyssey is back up.
Okay, very good. All right. I don't see
Judge,
Rosemary.
Miss Harris texted me a screenshot. She's having trouble getting
Okay.
Zoom on her phone for
All
some
right.
reason.
That's okay. Let's get your announcement on that case. This is 23-CR-93067-B, State versus Rosemary Harris. And if you'll just have her call my office when we're finished, we'll count that as her appearance.
Okay. So for her, Judge, she is set April 30th for announcement on her felony. She has been indicted. We anticipate a plea on that day. She will get set for sentencing. Normally they set sentencing's about 30 days out. So from April, maybe
June, sometime in June.
yes, Judge, early June should be fine.
Okay.
Early mid-June.
I have June 17th. I have both morning and afternoon.
Okay, either one, Judge, would be fine. And this would be in person, right?
Yes, this will be in person. We'll set her for pretrial on June 17th at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
All right. And if she'll call the office and just confirm, they'll give her that date and then we'll send out the setting notice.
Okay, Judge, I'll have her call here shortly.
All right, thank you. Is that it for you, Mr. Palacios?
I think that's all I have, Judge.
All right, thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, Judge. You too.
Thank you. I have in the courtroom, I have Mr. Story. Is he still there with you,
Yes, he
Derek?
is.
All
Yes.
right. And what page is his?
19, the last
Alright.
one on the
Very
document.
last one. All right, page 19 of the docket. Cause number 23-CR-92253-B, State versus Christine Hawkins. Mr. Story, I don't see
Yes.
Ms. Hawkins in the virtual waiting room, and I don't see her with you, so.
She's trying to log on, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I'm in contact with her. And the felony cases, I believe, are still, to my knowledge, are still in intake with the district attorney. I believe there are 4 possible cases.
All right, then we will give her an additional felony status of July 26th. That will say 8:30. You'll have the option to change the time.
Yes, Your Honor.
And if you will, when you're finished, if you'll go upstairs to the clerk's office and get that setting notice, that'll take care of, we won't have
Okay.
to send it out.
And I've already instructed her to call your court manager.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good weekend. All right, I saw Miss Eastwood.
Yes. Yes. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good
Soon to
morning.
be noon.
Yes, almost. Few more minutes. All right, let me get to your cases.
Okay.
All right, you have Danielle Romero, and I know I saw her earlier. Yes, she's connecting right now. That is cause number 23-CR-92983-B, State versus Danielle Romero. What is your announcement on that, Miss Eastwood?
Yes, as of yesterday, her first degree and state jail felony drug cases have not yet been indicted and are still pending with the DA's office.
Okay. Then we will give her an additional felony status of July 26th. Do we need to just go on and set it at 11:30? That's usually the time you choose.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Josie, we're gonna set this one at 11:30.
Who is this?
This is Danielle Romero. She's on page 14 of the docket.
What was the date again? I'm sorry.
That's okay. July 26th at 11:30.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Miss Eastwood, you also have 23-CR-92426-B, State versus Aubrey Cepeda.
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe she is with us.
Okay,
Oh, there she is. She's in the
Oh, good.
virtual-
Okay.
She's in the waiting room, so we're bringing her in. But if you can go on and make your announcement.
Thank you, Your Honor. She has a state jail felony drug case, and as of yesterday, it was still pending and had not been indicted.
Okay. Then we will give her that same felony status date of July 26th, and we will go on and set it for 11:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Miss Cepeda, if you'll turn on your video, please.
Can you see me?
There you, yes, now I can. All right. Your felony is still pending, and so for this misdemeanor case, we have given you an additional Zoom hearing on July 26th at 11:30. The process will be the same. Ms. Eastwood will send you your setting notice. Just be sure and stay in contact with her.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
The number that I received the meeting on, is that her number? Because I haven't met her. I haven't seen her when I went to court last time. I remember she was on vacation, so I didn't know if that was the number. And good thing my daughter still has that old number. I passed that down to her, so it had went through to her. So luckily.
Hold on just a moment. I texted her and I gave the Zoom setting, and I also gave her the Zoom link so that she would have it today. And
Yes,
the
ma'am.
number that I texted you on with that information is my number.
That's okay. So
The
that's my way of contact.
688-4900. Yes.
Yes.
And
Okay.
at this time, I don't have any information for you, unfortunately, because your felony is pending.
It's still pending.
But,
Okay.
and I was under the impression you got my text. Did you not get it?
No, well, like I said, good thing, because I called yesterday to the clerk. I remember
Right,
that it being
so
at the end of
I'm gonna let y'all have this conversation outside the presence of the courtroom.
Thank you,
Okay,
Judge. Have a good one.
all right. Ms. Cepeda, you are free to log off.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Ms. Eastwood. Let's see. Gabriela Garcia.
And I did send the link information and, okay.
I don't see her. What is your announcement on Gabriela Garcia?
Her state jail felony possession case has not been indicted and is still pending with the DA's office as of yesterday.
All right, felony status, July 26th at 11:30.
Judge, Gabriela Garcia called that she's not able to log on.
Okay, so we will excuse her presence because she's trying. And then Victor Aguiles. He is here.
Good. Yeah, we had several communications this morning, so I know he got the information and he wanted to be here.
Mr. Aguiles, can you turn on your video? He may be having technical difficulties. What's your announcement on Mr. Aguiles?
My announcement is his state jail felony and second degree drug cases are still pending and have not been indicted.
Okay. Felony status, July 26th at 11:30. Mr. Aguiles, your next appearance will be by Zoom as well on July 26th at 11:30. Please be sure and stay in contact with Ms. Eastwood. He's having trouble connecting.
Okay.
All right. I think that concludes your cases.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Judge Christine Hawkins, she is present now. She was Mr. Story's case. She couldn't log on earlier.
Okay. Is she in the courtroom or in the waiting room?
She's in the courtroom, Judge.
All right, Ms. Hawkins, are you able to turn on your video and unmute?
Yes, ma'am. Here I am.
All right, there you are. Ms. Hawkins, let me find your case. Mr. Story announced that your felony is still in intake, and so we've set you for an additional Zoom hearing on July 26th. The setting notice will say 8:30. He may change that time. Be sure and stay in contact with Mr. Story.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your appearance today, and you are free to log off.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Thank you. All right, I see Mr. Giovannini. Do I have any other attorneys that are already in the courtroom? No. All right, I'm admitting Mr. Giovannini. And
He's on page 17, Judge.
that's David Estrada. I'm admitting Mr. Estrada. All right, this is cause number 23-CR-92528-B, State versus David Estrada Jr.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. How are you, sir? What is your announcement on this case?
We're gonna work it out because he has a pending felony, and I've talked to the prosecutor for the felonies, and she said if he works out a deferred probation on your court's case, they will dismiss the felony. So I'm just working details with Mr. Sales, and then
So you need a pretrial setting then.
yes, Your Honor, and we'll probably plead out that date.
Okay, how does May 29th work for you?
That should be fine. That works.
May 29th at 9 o'clock for pretrial on Mr. Estrada. That will be in person in the basement courtroom.
I will be there, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Estrada, I saw him.
Yeah, he was going, he had an issue because he got
Okay.
mixed up with the felony.
Mr. Estrada, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but your next setting will be in person on May 29th at 9 o'clock in the basement courtroom in Fenton in the courthouse. Be sure and stay in contact with your attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. Thank you for your appearance this morning. You're excused and free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Yes,
Your Honor.
ma'am.
You too.
Mr. Giovanni, I think that concludes your business this morning with the court.
I believe it does. May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Have a good weekend.
You too. Have a great weekend.
Thank
See you,
you.
James.
Later.
All right, is that it with the attorneys? I have some defendants in the waiting room, but I think.
Those defendants are for Michelle Gupta.
Okay, let's bring them all in.
Judge, may I ask what happened with Ryan Castro? He's on page 17 for Mr. Palacios. Because he's trying to get in.
Felony status on July 26th.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear
All
me?
right, folks, I've put you in the courtroom. I'm gonna call the cases, and when you hear your name called, then that will be your time to unmute and to talk to the court, okay? The first case that I have is 23-CR-93069-B, State versus Shayna Clayton.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Ms. Clayton, I've spoken with Ms. Villarreal Kuta. She did indicate to the court that you are working on getting your driver's license taken care of. We've set you for an additional felony status on July 26th. The time will say 8:30 on the setting notice, but Ms. Villarreal Kuta may change that time. Just be sure and stay in contact with her.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you so much. You too.
And for the record, she had a second case, 24-CR-93423. All right, Jacob Hardy, did I see him?
Yes, ma'am.
I did see, all right, Mr. Hardy, if you'll unmute. There you
Okay,
are.
can you hear me now?
I can. This is cause
Okay.
number 23-CR-93103-B State versus Jacob Hardy. Mr. Hardy, Ms. Villarreal Kuta made an appearance on your behalf earlier. We have set you for an additional felony status that will be by Zoom on July 26th at 8:30. She may change that time. Just be sure and stay in contact with Ms. Villarreal Kuta.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much for your appearance today. Have a nice weekend.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Can you say that date one more? It was July?
July 26th, you will
26th.
receive a setting notice.
Okay.
Okay, you'll receive a written notice with that date on it.
Okay, just one last thing. Since because it's been a few months since I've been in court, but my address has changed. As
Okay,
far
I
as
don't want you to give it over publicly like this.
Okay.
So if you will let Miss Villarreal Kuta know so that she can
Okay, well, she has my proper address, and so I just didn't know. I wanted to
or
make sure.
you can call the court or the clerk's office to give your address. I just don't want you giving it over this.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I understand. And Miss Villarreal, she has my information. I just wanted to make sure we was,
Okay. I would appreciate if you would call the court's office and give that address. So when we send out the setting notice, it will go to the correct address.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Lydia Estrada.
I'm here.
Did someone help me out? What
I'm here.
page on the docket this case is? I see a David. Are you a defendant? Miss Estrada? Are you, oh, it says witness. Are you a David Estrada?
Yes.
Okay, his case was already handled. He's set for in-person on May 29th at 9 o'clock in the basement courtroom.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good weekend. Is that it?
Tyler Souls and Valerie Aliman.
Are they
Viki Martinez.
Okay, bring them in. Tyler Souls and there's Miss Aliman. Miss Aliman. There you are. This is cause number 23-CR-91189-B State versus Valerie Aliman. Miss Aliman, Miss Villarreal Kuta previously appeared. She spoke with the state and with the court about your pending cases. And we didn't give her a court date. We're going to wait and see what happens with your felony. And then she will contact.
Well, she had said that,
Ma'am,
they already
don't
had been
interrupt,
indicted.
ma'am, don't interrupt me. I was still speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
She will contact the court once your other cases or case is taken care of to get an in-person court setting. Okay, so all I'm informing you of is as of right now for my court, you don't have a court date. We're going to wait so that the court date we give you is appropriate to help move along your case. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Just stay in contact with Ms. Villarreal Kuta.
Okay. All right.
Thank you for
so
your
much.
appearance this morning. Have a good weekend. You're free to log off.
You too. God bless you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Souls. Let me find
Yes,
your-
ma'am.
All right, let me find your case. I have the same information for you. Ms. Villarreal-Cuta previously met with the state and with the court. She said y'all are trying to resolve your other case or cases, and she will contact the court for your next setting date in my court. That will be in person. Okay, we just don't have a date yet. Once we set that, you will be given a setting notice. Just be sure the most important thing you can do is stay in contact with Ms. Villarreal-Cuta.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for your appearance this morning. You are free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Noe Martinez. What? All right.
Page 19.
Page 19, 22-CR-90296, State versus Noe Martinez Jr. Mr. Martinez, Ms. Villarreal-Cuta previously met with the court. She informed the court that you still have a pending felony. So we are setting you for an additional Zoom appearance on July 26th at your setting notice will say 8:30, but Ms. Villarreal-Cuta may change the time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you for your appearance today, sir.
I have one question, if you don't mind. How long do I have to be in, is my statute of limitations breached on this case?
That is a question for you to ask Ms. Villarreal-Cuta, okay?
Okay,
You
ma'am.
need to speak with your attorney about that.
Okay.
All right, sir. July 26th, it will be the next time you appear in my court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have a good weekend. You're free to log off.
You enjoy yours.
Thank you.
Judge, just a
Yes.
reminder that Eric Sito on page 10 for Doug DeFreitas, he did call in.
Okay.
And a Danielle Romero was trying to get on again, but it kept knocking her off on page
where is
14.
Page 14.
For Miss Eastwood.
Okay.
And then Rosemary Harris, she did call on page 16 for Mr. Palacios.
Wonderful. Okay, I've got her marked. All right. And then I see Ryan Castro is still in the waiting room and Danielle Romero and Victor Aguilas keeps logging.
Yes, I kicked them out, but it still was allowing them to wait on the control panel for some reason.
Put them in and I'll speak with them briefly.
Danielle Romero's wouldn't load, just to FYI. I tried admitting her, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Sales, I think we've taken care of all of the cases. Does the state have a request once the names are called?
It is KPS by forfeiture judgment night side.
Okay, it will be granted. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know it's a long morning, but I think it.
I think I've lost 50 pounds.
Oh, good. I wish that worked for me.
I'm
these
gonna get it
more
back here in the next 30 minutes.
Okay. All right. Have a good weekend.
Your Honor. Bye-bye.
All right, Val, you may be excused. Mr. Castro. Is your video working? Have you been able to have contact with him? Mr. Castro, I don't know if you can hear me or not. If you can, will you please say something? All right, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to end this session. Josie, thank you. If you have any questions, I think I have everything on my docket.
Thank you, ma'am. I will have some questions.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're
It was a
fine.
crazy morning. All right, thank you all.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm ending this session.